The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 21st, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Adrian Smith to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, President Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president. Now is time for us to deliver on his promises. The American people overwhelmingly supported President Trump's candidacy, a candidacy that was built on restoring the American dream, strengthening our national security, and making America once again energy dominant. I have no doubt that President Trump will continue the work that we have already started right here in the House of Representatives to make America great again. The golden age of America does start right now. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, after the inauguration, President Trump shared his plans for the American people. During his speech, the president made it clear that the days of a weak America are over, and now we will return to being that shining city on a hill. The policies that President Trump laid out in his speech resonate with the American people. But more than his policies, his message resonates with Americans throughout this great land. A message of strength on the international stage, a message of dominance in the production of energy, and a message of safety on our city streets. President Trump's speech is why the American people overwhelmingly returned him to the White House. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, President Trump has laid out a vision for our nation over the past few months, from the campaign trail to his first day back in office. A vision that he took action on immediately after being sworn in by signing numerous executive orders to secure our border, lower costs for the American public, and drain the swamp. President Trump also shared his support for ending California's out-of-touch electric vehicle mandate. I strongly support this action and look forward to working with President Trump to pass my legislation, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, to protect the individual consumer's right to drive the type of vehicle that they want. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of pro-life advocates will be coming to Washington for the annual March for Life this week. Like these fierce advocates, I firmly believe that all life is worth protecting. This week, I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 21, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This important piece of legislation will require medical attention for children who survived botched abortions and impose strong penalties for those who do not comply. Life is truly a gift from God, and I will always work to preserve the sanctity of human life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to honor the lifetime contributions of Marie Ritter to Virginia and the nation. Marie, a distinguished journalist and one of the most passionate conservationists I've ever known, will celebrate her 100th birthday next Monday, January 27th. Marie Ritter began her career as a journalist covering the reconstruction of post-World War II Europe, writing for the Philadelphia Bulletin. And over the next few years, she wrote for the Washington Post, the Boston Globe, and for Knight Ridder Publications. And not just a writer, Marie edited for Vogue, Glamour, Mademoiselle, and Condé Nast magazines. I became close with Marie when she hosted my first ever political event more than 37 years ago. When everyone else was skeptical, including my own family, Marie believed in me. And over the years, Megan and I have visited her home myriad times, always surrounded by the most interesting people. It was there I first met and heard Dr. Howard Dean, perhaps the strongest voice against our invasion of Iraq and for health care for all Americans. Marie is passionate about saving our landscapes and our environment. She has been the champion of the Piedmont Environmental Council for decades and led the successful fight against the 1990s Disney effort to blanket the Virginia Piedmont with houses. She has served on the boards of the League of Conservation Voters and the Trust for Public Land. She's a master gardener working in her garden high above the Potomac River in McLean. It was there that she was first bitten by a copperhead snake and rushed to Sibley Hospital for the anti-venom. When she was struck again by a copperhead a few years later, the emergency room doctor noted that he had only treated 2 snake bites in his career. Both were on Mrs. Ritter. So it will come as no surprise that when he was yet again the attending physician on her 3rd snake bite. This is the same garden where Marie or her gardener, it's not clear who, killed an invasive deer with a bow and arrow. I do my best to avoid that garden. Marie's public service history is both remarkable and intriguing. She was Deputy National Director of Head Start, where she also served as a direct liaison for First Lady, Lady Bird Johnson, for 4 years. Later, she led the Sasha Bruce House, a compassionate home for the lost children of our capital city, abused, abandoned, neglected, and runaway. Marie has won many wars in her fight for democracy, and in 2019, I was privileged to honor her with the Clara Bortenson-Beyer Women and Children First Award for her outstanding accomplishments and commitment to empowering women. Megan and I are most fortunate to count Marie Ritter as our beloved friend, and America is the long beneficiary of her creativity, her energy, and her tireless commitment to others. And when you earn her trust, Marie will even tell you about her date with the Bachelor John F. Kennedy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to my good friend, Timothy Tim Cliff Bauer of Winnie, Texas, who passed away at his home on December the 19th, 2024, after a hard-fought battle with cancer, surrounded by his loving family. Tim was born to Patricia and Leroy Bauer on September the 13th, 1951 in Beaumont, Texas. He grew up in the Winnie Stoll community and was a devoted member of Grace Methodist Church. While attending East Chambers High School, he met the love of his life, Vicki Cuniff. After graduation, Tim attended Texas A&M University, earning his Bachelor of Science in Agronomy in 1973. He married Vicki during his senior year, and they returned to Winnie, where Tim farmed rice and raised red Angus cattle. In 1998, Tim and Vicki moved to the original Bauer Ranch homestead, lovingly restored it, and going to great lengths to preserve its wonderful history and significance to the local agricultural community. Tim founded Texas Financial in 2002 and revived the Bauer Ranch's cattle operation in 2011. He created the F1 Brayford herd. He retired from his financial advisement business in 2015, but continued to ranch for another 7 years. In 2023, Tim and Vicki moved to Kerrville, Texas, where he enjoyed the golden years of his life. Tim was a man of conviction, stewardship, and passion. He held leadership roles in many organizations and was very well known for his love of hunting, fishing, and Western art. Tim will be remembered for his sincere adoration for his family, unwavering faith, and steadfast presence there. He was a true cowboy, a man's man, and tough as a boot. I'm incredibly proud to have called him my friend. May the Lord bless his memory and his wonderful family. We will all miss him. Thank you, Tim. Farewell. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragon, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart for the thousands of California families who have been devastated by the recent wildfires in and around the Los Angeles area. Homes burnt to the ground, lives lost, family pets gone, precious family photos and sentimental belongings charred, damaged, and in many cases, totally destroyed. But the fires didn't just destroy personal possessions. The fires took away the safe place we gather with family and call home. And it took out entire communities. What I saw, what I witnessed on my tours of the fire-damaged areas was heartbreaking, devastating, just unreal. It was like being in a war zone. The smell of burnt trees and homes and smoke still in the air as firefighters continue to put out smoldering fires. The ash that irritates your eyes. What was equally heartbreaking was the evidence of a desperate panic to evacuate, shown by the abandoned cars left in the middle of the streets, many charred, as I imagined people started to run to safety. Yet I also saw our brave firefighters. I want to say thank you to them and our first responders for being on the front lines, for all that they are doing. Thank you. There will be a long road to recovery. We must stand with our neighbors, our friends, with humankind. It's the right thing to do. It's the compassionate thing to do, and it's what we have done repeatedly when communities face natural disasters. It does not matter if you are in Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, or California. When our communities suffer, we must pull together as one to help communities with the aid they need to rebuild. When hurricanes hit Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina over the years, we didn't say, don't send aid because of politics. When the Speaker's home of Louisiana suffered losses and devastation, we didn't say, let's attach strings to the aid. We don't do that. Because above all, we help our fellow Americans. We don't turn tragic situations caused by natural disasters into political fights. Let's not start now. I implore my colleagues to put politics aside, to love thy neighbor as yourself, to support a bipartisan recovery effort with no strings attached that builds a safer, more resilient future for our communities harmed by the wildfire. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on his first day in office, President Trump wasted no time in addressing California's water crisis by signing the memorandum titled "The Putting People Over Fish, Stopping Radical Environmentalism to Provide Water to Southern California." So we are very pleased with the President's strong actions on that in many fronts yesterday and look forward to working with him and the administration on that. Now, it did say Southern California, and as a representative of Northern California, you're like, what? What are you doing, Doug? But what we actually want people to understand, due to stories like this is Lake Shasta up in Shasta County, just north of Redding, holds 4.5 million acre-feet of water when full. It's part of the federal project known as the CVP, Central Valley Project, built in the 30s. We have an opportunity to raise it 18 feet, add 600,000 more. That's a different story for a different day right now. As well as the other projects we have around the state that hold a lot of water. Lake Orville, right near my home, 3.5 million acre-feet. So the President wanting to have water that is already available, useful for other Californians, instead of being lost or not stored to begin with. I appreciate that directive because you know what? We have plenty of water in California that falls on the Sierra in rain and snowpack if we would capture it. Instead, we have the situation year after year. This poster, it's a bit dated, but it's the same thing year after year. Shows how much water is being lost out through the Bay Delta. You know, we have this massive flow in this particular timeline. 7 million acre feet came in. We're losing 6.5 million acre feet because they're just letting it go out. It's not helping the delta smelt you've heard about. The delta smelt they can't find anymore. They do trawls, they can't find it. It's gone. Even with all the extra water that's been pushed out since 1992, it never did help the smelt. So maybe too much water actually drowns the fish or something. I don't know. So we don't need to flush that much water through the delta, even to keep saltwater intrusion from coming back up and affecting some of the delta. We need to be trapping that water. We need to be saving that water for San Luis Reservoir and for crops that would be helpful in the San Joaquin Valley. Also, when we talk about Southern California, my colleague just talked about the horrendous fires down there. And so this is a reservoir right near Pacific Palisades, which burned to the ground. This reservoir, had that been full, they would have had enough water to last several days instead of just the few hours that their hydrant system had. That's what it looks like full, more or less. That's what it looks like empty. It was empty. It had been empty for nearly a year. What kind of management or planning is that? They don't even tell the fire department that wasn't full at the time. They're supposed to be doing some kind of repair on it. Probably could have been done in a couple of weeks. Instead, they're putting out for bid and this and that. Probably their local staff could have done it, they say. We lost that opportunity to trap. Get this, it holds about 40 acre feet. I just showed you how many hundreds of thousands of acre feet go out through the delta. You could fill that up in minutes if you could somehow channel the delta into that. Yet, this is what you get. So instead, we would have the opportunity to have those reservoirs full, have Southern California have what it needs, and also let's not forget the San Joaquin Valley, which President Trump knows a lot about, to grow these amazing crops. So many of them come from down there, as well as my part of Northern California, to feed the United States and even the world. These products, when I show you these percentages here, these are percentages of crops that come from California that Americans use, not just Californians. And so if we don't grow them in California with all this abundant water we have, then where's this stuff going to come from? Where's this food going to come from? We're going to have to import it or do without it. It's like, well, maybe we don't have mandarins anymore. Maybe we don't have avocados anymore. You know, we'll just eat something else. Why? We need to have these choices, and we have the ability to grow them because we have plenty of water when we trap it. Even in drought years, there's still enough water that comes down. So with that, the management of water supply is also tied back to fire management. And unfortunately, what my colleague was talking about, the horrific fires in Southern California, this is some of the brush that grows on the hills above those areas. It's a pretty arid climate down there. We know that. But if we're smart about it, we can actually be removing this brush and make it, if fire does happen, it's just burning weeds at a slow pace instead of driven by the Santa Ana winds at a high rate of speed. 80 miles an hour, you can't beat that. Firefighters can't beat that. Do their best efforts. They got to try and at least make a line of defense at the city. But when it's flowing over the top of them like fire does and like happens in my district all the time, it's humanly not possible. This is how we stay ahead of it. Removing this brush in the timber areas, like in my district that burned a 1 million acre fire one time. We can be removing brush, we can be removing dead trees and small trees. We're still leaving the forest, but it's a thin forest, it's a managed forest. So instead of empty promises being made, empty-handed by Gavin Newsom, time and time again, saying, oh, we're going to do something about the water, we're going to do something about the fuel in the forest. No, he isn't. He's dragging his feet on seeing the water supply built in California. He needs to be directing his people on Water Commission, directing people on the Water Control Board to make things happen to build these projects expeditiously as possible, instead of like, oh, just trying to slow down the lawsuits. You know, we need to do this to scale. We need to do this with speed. We're tired of the empty talk, Governor. President Trump is leading the way on his first day, showing a path forward on helping our water supply, on helping our forested areas, on helping the people of our state at home and our country to have what they need. So no more empty promises, no more nonsense. Get out of the way, Gavin Newsom. Let President Trump, instead of putting aside $50 million in the legislatures, what they're talking about, to fight Trump, and they want to tie that to state aid for Southern California for fires. Talk about conditions. We hear conditions a lot around here. Oh, no conditions. You're making conditions on the state legislature to tie $50 million to fight Trump with lawsuits.
Gentleman's time has expired.
For state aid. I yield back. Thank you.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Speaker Smith. That kind of has a nice ring to it, you know. I rise today to address a critical issue for all of America, Social Security. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there are more than 70 million Social Security recipients in the United States of America. What most Americans don't realize is that it's been more than 50 years since Congress last enhanced Social Security. Richard Nixon was President of the United States the last time Congress voted to enhance benefits. Now, some will say, well, wait a minute, didn't we just recently vote on Social Security in terms of making sure that teachers and firefighters and municipal employees and police officers would be able to get Social Security insurance? And the answer is yes, we did, except it wasn't paid for, which means that when we say it hasn't been enhanced, in fact, what that did is cut the Social Security Trust Fund. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say that it's long overdue that we have a vote on Social Security. That doesn't seem to ask too much of the new Congress, and after all, the incoming president says that he cares about Social Security and has proposed also that there be tax cuts for people on Social Security. That's a good idea, except they have to be paid for. And his legislation doesn't call for that, but ours does. And so we put before the American people and will be bringing to the floor Social Security legislation that enhances the program for the first time in 50-plus years. Imagine that, 70 million recipients. There are 5 million of our fellow Americans who get below poverty level checks from Social Security, having paid in to the system all their lives because Congress hasn't acted. Congress hasn't voted. There are some 35 million Americans whom the only benefit that they have is Social Security. The average Social Security payment, $18,000 for a male, $14,000 for a female. No one's getting wealthy on Social Security, but it is, as I like to say, the lifeline of capitalism, the full support for capitalism. It allows people to take risk, allows us to be entrepreneurial because in the event the business doesn't succeed or fail, there is that system. The genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt was that he saw that. And the genius of successive Congresses was that they enhanced the program. But the last time it was enhanced, Richard Nixon was President of the United States in 1971. This also is for Americans a lifeline because of what it does. Speaker Smith was just in the chair before, and I was explaining that in his district, he has over 150,000 recipients, Mr. Speaker. And those recipients are broken down in several different ways, but retirees over 100,000, spouses over 8,000, widows 8,000, 14,000 disabled people in Speaker Smith's district. But they haven't received an increase from the United States Congress since 1971. If you disagree with it, if you disagree that people don't deserve this, to have their Social Security updated, brought into the modern times that we live in, then vote against it. But for God's sake, for the more than 70 million Americans who rely on this and need this. It's long overdue for a vote. Don't you think so?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss a vital piece of legislation, the Laken Riley Act. On February 22, 2024, Laken Riley, a 22-year-old Augusta University nursing student, was murdered by an illegal Venezuelan migrant while she was jogging in Athens, Georgia. Now, prior to the attack on Laken, her killer illegally entered the United States and was apprehended and released at the border. The perpetrator was also previously arrested by both federal and state officials in multiple jurisdictions, and each time released due to certain states' soft on crime policies and the failures of the Biden-Harris administration to protect our southern border. The Laken Riley Act is straightforward in its purpose, safeguarding the safety and security of our neighborhoods from the threat posed by criminal illegal aliens who disregard our laws and endanger our citizens. It sends a clear message that we will no longer tolerate leniency when it comes to those who commit theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, or other serious crimes. This bill also empowers states to hold future administrations accountable. For too long, radical far-left policies have weakened immigration enforcement and prioritized open borders over the safety of American families. By providing states with legal standing to challenge federal officials who fail to enforce immigration laws, we ensure that no administration, present or future, can turn a blind eye to the dangers posed by criminal illegal aliens. Recently, January 10th would have been Laken Riley's 23rd birthday. This legislation isn't just another bill. It's a promise to address the real challenges and a commitment to creating a safer, more equitable future for all. This is our chance to honor Laken Riley's legacy by building something lasting and meaningful. It's a chance to prove that we can rise above partisanship and come together to solve real problems for real people. This will protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of every American, restore trust in our immigration system, uphold the rule of law, and ensure that every community in this country is safe and secure. It's time to put the safety and security of the American people first. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for this vital legislation as it returns from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor those fighting the deadly wildfires that are destroying our homes, businesses, and taking lives across Southern California. In the face of this natural disaster, I want to thank our brave first responders who are on the front lines fighting one of the worst fires in California history. And I'm also proud of our local Orange County firefighters that are helping our neighbors in Los Angeles. But I'm happy to say that we're not alone. I'm grateful for firefighters from across the country, neighboring states, as well as our neighboring countries, Canada and Mexico, that have also come to help us fight these fires. Moments like this remind us that strength is through unity and helping each other out. And of course, that includes almost 750 incarcerated individuals who are stepping up and acting as firefighters in the front lines. And also want to thank the immigrant community in the area offering free food to the first responders and collecting donations for the families in need. From firefighters to food vendors, friends, local neighbors, all coming together in this time of tragedy. That's what community is all about. That's what this nation is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of my very good friend, Ed Gerber, the Executive Director of the Lestanek Clinic in Orange. Ed graduated from the University of Texas after 4 years in the military. Since then, he's dedicated his time as an Executive Director at the Lestanek Clinic. His priority, free medical and dental services to the uninsured and low-income families across Southern California. And under his leadership, Lestanek Clinic has expanded to 13 satellite clinics and 2 mobile medical vehicles. And he pioneered the specialty care program to help low-income families access specialty medical care. Ed, we love you. Stay healthy. We need you. And of course, thank you for your very, very good work in our community. We love you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The prayer will be offered today by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? On these days after the long-sought ceasefire in Israel and Gaza, we pray in thanks to you, Lord Almighty, that as you promised, you have given freedom to the captives. You have broken the shackles of their confinement, that the Israeli and Palestinian men, women, and children, soldiers and civilians, sick and infirmed, may be returned to their homelands and to the embrace of their loved ones. Bind up the brokenhearted, those whose arms remain empty, grieving the death of the ones who did not live to see this day. Bind up the wounds of the hostages released, as they suffer injury of mind and body that has penetrated their very souls. In these next weeks, Sovereign God, intercede and effect the end of the region's warfare. Abolish the bow and the sword. Put an end to the gunfire and bombardment. Silence the battle that rages, and remove from the land all desire for vengeance. Clear the way for safe troop withdrawal and swift delivery of humanitarian aid. May all under your watchful eye soon lie down in safety. In you may we find everlasting peace, and in your name may we lift up our prayers. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on January 21st, 2025 at 10:29 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
The chair announces without objection the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, and notwithstanding the requirement Clause 11A4A of Rule 10 of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Mr. Himes of Connecticut, Mr. Carson of Indiana, Mr. Castro of Texas, Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, Mr. Crow of Colorado, Mr. Barra of California, Ms. Plaskett of Virgin Islands, Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey, Mr. Gomez of California, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Quigley of Illinois.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 186.
The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 186, a bill to authorize the National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation to establish a commemorative work on the National Mall to honor the extraordinary acts of valor, selfless service, and sacrifice displayed by Medal of Honor recipients.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 186, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
As we approach the 250th celebration of our nation next year, there is perhaps no greater way to celebrate our history than passing H.R. 186, which honors the valor and sacrifice of some of our nation's bravest heroes, Medal of Honor recipients. 162 years ago, President Abraham Lincoln awarded the first Medal of Honor in the midst of the Civil War. It remains our nation's highest honor awarded to members of the armed forces and is bestowed sparingly to only those who have demonstrated the highest acts of valor. Less than 70 Medal of Honor recipients are alive today out of the more than 3,500 medals that have been awarded. As the highest and most prestigious military decoration in the United States, the Medal of Honor symbolizes extraordinary acts of bravery, selflessness, and sacrifice beyond the call of duty. By recognizing these remarkable individuals, the Medal of Honor inspires a sense of national pride, honors the memory of fallen heroes, and motivates future generations to embody the values of courage and honor. The Medal of Honor continues to instill a profound sense of respect and gratitude for the sacrifices made in the defense of freedom and justice. Congressman Moore's bipartisan bill, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, would ensure that the monument honoring these brave heroes can be placed on what is known as the Reserve, but is commonly referred to as the National Mall here in Washington, D.C. A monument honoring our most exceptional citizens should be placed in an equally exceptional location. According to National Park Service data, the National Mall receives upwards of 25 million visitors each year. The monuments and memorials located on the National Mall are the centerpiece of its history, and it is appropriate to include a new monument honoring veterans who have displayed the most courageous acts of valor recognized by our country. In my home state of Arkansas, our state capitol also has a memorial dedicated to Medal of Honor recipients. I hope the monument in D.C., like the one in Arkansas, can inspire reflection, patriotism, and gratitude for our nation's military heroes. Last Congress, the Committee on Natural Resources had the privilege of hearing from one of the 61 living Medal of Honor recipients, Master Chief Special Warfare Operator Britt Slabinski. In his inspiring testimony, he reminded us that the Medal of Honor represents those willing to go above and beyond in any circumstance, no matter how small. This monument will serve as an everlasting reminder of this country's greatness and the difference that one single person can make. The legislation before us today, H.R. 186, would authorize the location of the National Medal of Honor Memorial in a prominent location on the National Mall, with the intent to keep it near the Lincoln Memorial, as President Lincoln was the first to give out this special award. I was proud to support the original legislation authorizing this memorial, and I'm proud to support this subsequent legislation today. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I thank Congressman Moore for his leadership, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the chairman. The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration. It's awarded to brave individuals whose extraordinary acts of valor, selfless service, and sacrifice exceed the call of duty. And in 2021, Congress did authorize establishing a National Medal of Honor monument to honor over 3,500 Medal of Honor recipients from the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Coast Guard, ensuring that their courage, sacrifice, patriotism, citizenship, integrity, and commitment are shared for generations to come. So the bill before us today would allow for this memorial to be placed on the National Mall in close proximity to the Lincoln Memorial, and that is appropriate, and Democrats support it. In December of 1861, the first brutal year of the Civil War, as the first brutal year of the Civil War was coming to an end, President Lincoln signed the bill authorizing the Medal of Honor recipients. And so I think it's appropriate to place this memorial in the footprint of the Lincoln Memorial as a fitting tribute to that legacy. And I do want to thank Representatives Moore and Veazey for their collaboration and leadership on this legislation, and urge my colleagues to support it. Before moving on, I do want to mention that there were growing demands on the National Mall. In 2003, Congress declared the National Mall a completed work of civic art and prohibited future construction of new memorials and monuments in the core area known as the Reserve. Now, as we all know, Congress changes its mind, and since then has agreed to authorize the placement of several new memorials, and for good reason. Just last month, we approved the Women's Suffrage National Memorial sponsored by Representative Neguse. That new memorial will ensure that women's stories are better reflected, filling an important gap that perhaps was not considered when Congress established the Reserve 20-plus years ago. The National Medal of Honor Monument is another fitting tribute that deserves a place on the National Mall. We just need to be clear-eyed about the future of the National Mall, and I hope that this is a conversation we can have this Congress so that we can continue to make the best decisions about what's been dubbed America's front yard, one of the most visited and revered units of the national park system. So again, I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the chairman, to the ranking member. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act. This bill, which passed the House unanimously during the 118th Congress, is the final legislative step to establish a location for a monument recognizing America's Medal of Honor recipients on the National Mall. Of the estimated 40 million individuals who have served in the United States Armed Services, fewer than 4,000 have been awarded the Medal of Honor. President Abraham Lincoln awarded the first Medals of Honor more than 160 years ago, and it's only fitting that this monument is located near the Lincoln Memorial on the National Mall. This monument will serve as a reminder that freedom is not free, and it will inspire new generations of Americans to revere and support the brave men and women who we owe our freedom to. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 186, and to give America's heroes and their families a monument for their sacrifices for our nation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentleman for his hard work on this legislation. I thank the gentleman from California and the minority for supporting it as well. I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to note that this bill has been named after Herschel Woody Williams, who sadly passed away in June of 2022. He was known for his extraordinary heroism in the Battle of Iwo Jima during the Second World War. At the young age of 21, he single-handedly cleared a path for American troops against Japanese forces in an act of extraordinary bravery. This is a good bill that honors Herschel Woody Williams, our nation's heroic Medal of Honor recipients, and all those who have served. It honors their memory, remembers their legacy, and reaffirms our unwavering commitment to upholding the principles for which they fought so valiantly. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 186? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, I request...
For purposes, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 187 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 187, a bill to provide for the standardization, consolidation, and publication of data relating to public outdoor recreational use of federal waterways among federal land and water management agencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 187, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 187, the Modernizing Access to Our Public Waters Act, or the MAP Waters Act, sponsored again by Congressman Moore of Utah. This bill seeks to improve recreational access for our country's boaters and anglers by requiring agencies to digitize the maps of federal waterways and information related to the regulations and restrictions on accessing those waterways. The bill then calls upon federal land management agencies to publish this information online and work with the private sector to make it easily available to the public. This bill is necessary because access to information related to regulations and restrictions on federal waterways can often be hard to come by. The Natural Resources Committee heard testimony about a specific example of an unfortunate situation at Yellowstone National Park. A group of backpackers were hiking to a remote lake in the park where the group planned to fish. Upon arriving at the lake, they discovered that half the lake was off limits to fishing because of nesting swans. The half of the lake that was closed to fishing was a part of the lake they were permitted to fish. This is unacceptable. Passing the bill would prevent incidents like this by ensuring this information is easily available to the public. The House passed a nearly identical version of this bill by voice vote in December. The bill language we are considering today incorporates technical edits that have been agreed to with the Senate, helping to ensure that this bill can advance through both chambers in a timely fashion. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this bill. It is a good idea to standardize information to improve the accessibility of that information if we want to help users like recreational fishers navigate and access federal waterways. This can include access, fishing restrictions, navigation information, all very important stuff. On the Natural Resources Committee, we strive to ensure that federal outdoor spaces are accessible to fishers, hunters, boaters, and other recreational users, and it's important that they have up-to-date, easily accessible maps. This will allow us to improve outdoor recreation experiences while protecting existing natural, cultural, and recreational values. And to that end, this bill would direct agencies to develop and adopt interagency standards, ensuring that their databases are compatible and interoperable, and that way they can more effectively collect and disseminate geospatial data to help inform folks about recreational opportunities. I see multiple applications, important applications, for collecting and publishing this data. It could include vessel speed restrictions, the types of watercraft allowed in certain areas, the location of boat ramps, fishing sites, equipment and bait usage restrictions, even waterway catch and release policies, which can vary from place to place. And so by standardizing and digitizing all of this, it gives Americans the information they need and the confidence they have to engage in recreation without the nightmare of searching through and trying to decipher a tangled web of information on numerous agency websites. So it's a good bill. I support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I continue to reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I have no requests either. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again want to thank Representative Moore from Utah for his work on this bill, and as a member of this body, to increase recreational access to our public lands. It's something he cares deeply about. I want to thank Mr. Huffman and the minority for supporting this good legislation. But before I close, I want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to support the bill and not yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 187 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes.
Madam Speaker.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 207.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 207, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish a task force regarding shark depredation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members are given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 207, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 207, sponsored by the Natural Resources Committee's Vice Chairman, Congressman Rob Whitman of Virginia. Concerns over shark depredation are increasingly common. From the Florida Keys, the Gulf of Mexico, and North Carolina's Outer Banks, shark interactions can be frustrating for anglers, resulting in loss of catch, damaged gear, and degraded fishing experiences. They also potentially impact the post-release survival of both target fish and bycatch. As the number of reports of shark depredation has increased, the underlying cause remains uncertain. It could be due to an increase in the number of sharks as stocks rebuild, a learned behavior by sharks as they recognize motors, fishing techniques, or shark feeding locations as a source of food. We simply don't have enough information to answer all the questions. To emphasize the scale of this issue, during the consideration of this legislation, we heard from Captain Jack Graham, who fishes out of the renowned Oregon Inlet in North Carolina. Captain Graham has been keeping records of tuna depredation impacting his small marina of about 25 boats. By his estimate, a staggering 250,000 pounds of tuna are depredated each month during tuna season just within his marina. To make matters worse, shark depredation involves many federal and state jurisdictions, but because no single entity is responsible for addressing it, very little is being done. H.R. 207 would require the Secretary of Commerce to establish a task force to address shark depredation. The task force membership would include representatives from NOAA, the Regional Fishery Management Councils, the Marine Fisheries Commissions, state fish and wildlife agencies from the states within the Regional Fishery Management Councils, and non-federal experts. In the 118th Congress, this legislation was passed unanimously through the Natural Resources Committee, and it passed the House by voice vote. I'm grateful that we are again considering this legislation that will help the federal government respond to the challenge. I again want to applaud Representative Whitman for his work, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill would establish a new task force led by the National Marine Fisheries Service to identify shark conservation needs and depredation research, and that's fine. But before getting into that, I want to point out that the suspensions today are supposed to reflect some of the bipartisan work of the Natural Resources Committee to find common ground and move bills that had processed last Congress. This legislation should certainly be one of those, but committee Republicans blocked an accompanying bill, Representative Keating's Sea Turtle Rescue and Rehabilitation Act. We should be voting on that bill today, and we're not. Last year's hurricanes and floods damaged key sea turtle rescue and rehabilitation facilities, forcing them to lose money and space that would otherwise go toward recovering stranded turtles. Representative Keating's legislation would help support these facilities as they care for Endangered Species Act listed sea turtles. The committee and the Senate Commerce Committee secured a deal in December to move that bill along with this Shark Act and 2 other bills. Unfortunately, unelected billionaire Musk's last-minute power play on the CR scuttled that modest package, and here we are. It is disappointing that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have decided to forego those bipartisan commitments and move this legislation as a standalone. If House Republicans won't even follow through on these easy bipartisan agreements, it's hard to see how Democrats can trust them to keep their word in the midst of the tougher negotiations that lie ahead. It's very disappointing and part of a growing pattern of striking deals and then immediately walking away from them. Now, turning to this bill, sharks are critical to healthy ocean ecosystems. As the ocean's apex predators, they help shape marine food webs, and they are a key indicator of ocean health. Unfortunately, many shark species are also threatened or endangered. Oceanic sharks and rays have declined by a whopping 71% since 1970. That's happened in many of our lifetimes, and 3/4 of these remaining species are at risk of going extinct. In the 70s and 80s, a fundamental lack of understanding of shark biology and their ecological importance, combined with widespread fear, was partially responsible for dramatic increases in the recreational harvest of sharks in the U.S. Some shark populations are recovering now, but human activities are reversing even those meager gains. Scientific estimates are that humans are causing nearly 100 million shark deaths every single year, and current levels of fishing pressure will cause the majority of shark populations to continue to decline. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, overfishing threatens half of coastal sharks and rays with extinction. And given these declines and their causes, any effort to address shark depredation must align with our nation's goal to recover shark populations and consider the impacts of heightened fishing pressure and climate change. Last year, we passed the Shark Act in the House. However, I recognize the concern over whether this legislation goes far enough to ensure good outcomes for shark populations and isn't just a slippery slope toward increasing shark harvests. Through a collaborative effort, we refocus this bill on changing angler behavior and managing expectations, as well as building out the scientific understanding of shark ecology and the impacts of climate change on predators and prey in the ocean. This is vital because non-lethal deterrence and simple changes in angler behavior are proven to reduce the probability of sharks taking fish by 65%. NOAA admitted in the legislative hearing on this bill that depredation research is complex and requires sustained investment due to sharks' high intelligence and adaptability. And another area of concern is that this bill doesn't include funding. Without it, NOAA will be unable to expand their work to address shark conservation and depredation. So I hope my colleagues who support this bill will also work with us to ensure robust funding for shark conservation priorities like increased shark stock assessments. This bill should promote greater collaboration between the fishing community and shark researchers. That's a good thing. This partnership is necessary to reduce risks to both sharks and humans from depredation events and build our understanding of the importance of sharks and how to conserve them. These are goals we should all support. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman and the ranking member. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge support for my bill, H.R. 207, the Supporting the Health of Aquatic Systems Through Research, Knowledge, and Enhancement Dialogue Act, also known as the Shark Act. As a lifelong recreational fisherman, I'm particularly passionate about this bill. Picture this. Our charter boat fisherman takes a group of excited anglers 90 miles off the coast in hopes of reeling in a bluefin tuna or a tarpon or other big game species. One of the individuals hooks the first fish and starts to fight to reel it in. But before the fish ever gets to the boat, sharks have bitten and eaten the fish. This phenomenon, called depredation, which occurs when sharks interfere with fishing activities, is essentially a massive impact on coastal recreational fishing industry, especially the charter industry. Shark depredation is accepted as a natural part of fishing, but it has become a widespread issue in our waters and has increased rapidly in recent years. During the House Natural Resources Committee hearing for the Shark Act last year, we heard from experts discussing the impact of this phenomenon. According to the American Sport Fishing Association, 52.4 million people went fishing in the United States in 2023, supporting 826,000 jobs and contributing $129 billion to the economy. The American Sport Fishing Association also found that 87% of charter guides surveyed said that they experienced depredation with clients, resulting in negative impacts on their business. Anglers are losing their catch and tackle to sharks at alarming rates, and they are understandably becoming increasingly frustrated by it. I introduced the Shark Act to study this issue and evaluate how we can improve sport fishing conditions for anglers while protecting sharks. This bill establishes a fishery management task force to focus on identifying research opportunities, recommending management strategies, and developing educational materials for fishermen. The task force's membership would be appointed by the Secretary of Commerce and will include representatives from the regional fishery management councils, marine fisheries commissions, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and state and fish wildlife agencies, as well as folks that enjoy recreational fishing. This legislation will help fishermen and women understand which species of sharks have higher rates of depredation and where you are most likely to run into that species. It will also serve as the first major step in improving communication and coordination among fisheries managers in addressing shark depredation nationwide. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of H.R. 207. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no requests for time either. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I again want to thank my colleague, Mr. Whitman, for taking action to address a challenge that fishing communities across the United States currently face. I've had the opportunity to do some recreational fishing in the western and the eastern Gulf. I've had opportunity to go out on research vessels and even down in the Keys and on the Atlantic coast. And there's one thing in common, and it's you can be certain somebody's going to be reeling a fish in and a shark's going to take everything but pretty much the lips off of the hook. And talking to people who fish a lot more than I do and who are around this will tell you that it's gotten much more common over the years. So improving coordination between fisheries managers, state agencies, and other experts to solve the challenge of shark depredation is an approach that respects the bottom-up approach that has allowed the United States to be the gold standard in fisheries management. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 207? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 197.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 197, a bill to provide for the land exchange of the Chippewa National Forest, Minnesota, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 197, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 197, the Lake Winnebagoche Land Exchange Act of 2025, led by Representative Stauber. This common-sense legislation authorizes the U.S. Forest Service to enter into a land exchange with the Bowen Lodge, a family-operated resort on the shores of Lake Winnebagoche in northern Minnesota. Exchanging parcels between the Chippewa National Forest and Bowen Lodge will create a win-win scenario. The lodge will gain permanent access to the lake, and the Forest Service will be able to reconfigure part of its unwieldy checkerboard pattern of land ownership. This change will provide excellent fishing and recreation opportunities for the local community and improve management efficiencies for the federal government. Representative Stauber has done an excellent job of leading this bill that will help this small business improve its operation for years to come. This bill will improve outdoor recreation opportunities for its constituents and for all who have the pleasure of visiting and recreating in northern Minnesota. He has long been a strong advocate for responsible public land management and access to outdoor recreation, and this legislation is an excellent reflection of that commitment. Last Congress, this bill passed the House unanimously by voice vote. I urge my colleagues to do the same today and support this important piece of legislation. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
Recognized.
We support this bill, which would authorize the Forest Service to exchange a parcel of the Chippewa National Forest for a parcel of land currently owned by the Big Winnie Land and Timber Company in Minnesota. We note that the Forest Service land in question is already used commercially through a permit at the site of Bowen Lodge, a fishing and hunting resort that has operated a marina on the shores of Lake Winnie, a place where Mr. Stauber has never invited me to go fishing. I'm sad to say, even though it sounds pretty wonderful, and I might be able to catch the first muskie in my life, but I will continue to wait for that invitation. In the meantime, the land exchange in this bill would help simplify the operation of the resort and marina for continued visitor and commercial activity, and in turn the Forest Service would gain a parcel of land directly adjacent to the Chippewa National Forest and the shoreline of Lake Winnie. Integrating this parcel into the Forest Service will provide for better management of undisturbed sites, critical wetlands, and wildlife habitat that are currently adjacent to federal lands. So that makes good sense. To quote my Republican colleagues, this is a win-win near Lake Winnie. And with that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the gentleman from Minnesota has invited me to Minnesota to fish before, and it's a lovely time of year to fish in Minnesota if you like fishing through a little hole in the ice, but I'm sure it would be great on Lake Winnie. And I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the ranking member, it's 37 below in Minnesota with a wind chill. From California, come on over. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 197, the Lake Winnebagosh Land Exchange of 2025. Lake Winnebagosh, or Lake Winnie as it is also known, is located within the boundaries of the Chippewa National Forest and is home to Bowen Lodge, a premier family-owned fishing lodge. Bowen Lodge has been in operation and welcoming guests since 1925. For the past 4 decades, Bill and Gail Haig and their family have operated Bowen Lodge, serving as great stewards of Lake Winnie and providing incredible fishing and vacation memories for Minnesotans and other out-of-towners over these many years. Currently, Bowen Lodge has a 20-year agreement with U.S. Forest Service to lease 17.5 acres of shoreline along the lake where they operate their marina. Under the Haig stewardship, Lake Winnie has remained accessible to the citizens of Itasca County and the many people who visit. Notably, the Haigs purchased extra acreage in 2021 after an out-of-state mega resort developer sought to purchase a parcel of land, which would have changed the face of Lake Winnie forever. Now, Bowen Lodge is seeking to convey this extra acreage to the Chippewa National Forest. It is in the best interest of the public that the Forest Service takes stewardship of this land, rather than out-of-state developers who may not prioritize public access for our local community. Additionally, this land will make it easier for the Forest Service to access and responsibly maintain their other acreage in the area. The bill before us today would facilitate the land exchange between Bowen Lodge and the Forest Service. 17 acres of shoreline to Bowen Lodge so they can continue to operate their marina in exchange for 37 acres of nearby land to the Forest Service, which would then be added to the Chippewa National Forest. This exchange would better align boundaries, put the right acreage under the right management, and ensure Minnesotans have the ability to boat, fish, and enjoy beautiful Lake Winnie. Thanks to the Haigs' quick thinking and strong advocacy, our way of life will be preserved. And I'm proud that this land exchange is supported by the local community in Itasca County, including the local County Board of Supervisors, who testified in support of the bill before the Natural Resources Committee last Congress, as well as the Mississippi Headwaters Board and other local environmental organizations. It is also supported by the U.S. Forest Service and leadership of the Chippewa National Forest. The House of Representatives passed this bill unanimously last September, but the Senate, unfortunately...
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
The House of Representatives passed this bill unanimously last September, but the Senate, unfortunately, never took it up. It's my hope that after this House passes the bill today, the Senate will quickly take it up and send this good piece of legislation to President Trump for his signature. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is a straightforward bill that benefits the people of northern Minnesota and our public lands. I once again applaud Representative Stauber for his work on the legislation. I urge the passage today and hope the Senate will take up this legislation quickly. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 197? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 204.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 204, a bill to require that the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior submit accurate reports regarding hazardous fuels reduction activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 204, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Representative Tiffany's legislation, H.R. 204, the Accurately Counting Risk Elimination Solutions, or ACRES Act. This is a common-sense, good governance bill that will bring sorely needed transparency and accountability to the misleading way our federal land managers are tracking and reporting hazardous fuel treatments. This month, wildfires in Southern California leveled entire communities and took the lives of at least 24 people. Local residents forced to flee their homes described the scene as a war zone. Unfortunately, the tragedies in Southern California are just the latest consequences on what has been a historic wildfire crisis, devouring an average of 7 million acres every year for the last 2 decades. This alarming figure is more than double the annual losses seen during the 1990s. This worsening problem is directly linked to insufficient forest management, which has created a dangerous buildup of hazardous fuels in our forest. Despite the clear need to confront this crisis head-on, federal land management agencies like the Forest Service are still failing to increase the pace and scale of their treatments. Alarmingly, investigative reporting from NBC News found that the Forest Service is over-reporting the number of acres they treat, usually by over 20%. But that's not all. The same report found that overcounting was worse in areas of greater risk, such as California, where the total acres treated were overcounted by 35% in the wildland-urban interface. In one example, the Forest Service reported that they treated 744 acres of land, when in fact only 173 acres of land had been treated. This means that the Forest Service suggested to Congress and the public that they had done 4 times more work than they had actually accomplished. This is unacceptable, particularly in an area where wildfire risk and the risk to communities and life is extremely high. This inaccurate and misleading reporting results from the Forest Service counting the same piece of land towards its risk reduction goals multiple times if different treatments, such as prescribed thinning and burning, are completed on that land. In some cases, the Forest Service counted the same parcel of land 30 times. meaning the agency reported to Congress that they reduced hazardous fuels on 30 acres when in fact only 1 acre received treatment. This legislation simply requires the Forest Service to submit data to Congress annually that details their hazardous fuels reduction work by only counting each acre once, even if multiple treatments were performed. This exact idea has been supported in reports from the Government Accountability Office and USDA's Office of Inspector General. The fact that we even need to pass legislation to tell the Forest Service how to count makes it clear just how deep this problem runs when it comes to confronting our catastrophic wildfire crisis. Holding our federal land managers accountable for their actual work on the ground is a good first step. We need to improve the health of our nation's forests as we fight against these catastrophic wildfires, and this bill will help us do that. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill will authorize the Forest Service. Let me get to the right tab. There we go. The Forest Service manages millions of acres of forest land, including vital watersheds, critical wildlife habitats, and countless outdoor recreational areas. And the Forest Service's 10-year wildlife crisis strategy implementation plan stresses the importance of fire-adapted landscapes and hazardous fuel treatments to build resilient forests. These critical wildfire risk reduction projects are complex, multi-step processes requiring significant planning and investments often carried out over several years. In order for these projects to operate effectively, we must receive accurate, transparent, and accessible data on how they are planned and implemented. This bill proposes requiring the Forest Service and the Department of Interior to include in the President's annual budget a report on hazardous fuel activities carried out in a given fiscal year to account for each treated acre. The ongoing reporting requirement would enhance transparency and accountability, providing critical information that could help guide investments in the management of our national forests, including how we deploy the historic funding for wildfire risk reduction efforts that were included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and in the Inflation Reduction Act, if we can hang on to that historic funding in the coming months. I certainly support the bill for proposing the idea of an ongoing reporting requirement, but I want to clarify that the bill does not actually require or even authorize it. The Congressional Budget Office found that the reporting requirements proposed by this bill would need significant funding, including for hiring 30 additional federal employees. Now, I think that would be a worthwhile investment for wildfire risk reduction, but these days the Freedom Caucus tends to call the shots on these matters, and they don't allow us to consider bills that authorize that kind of money without spending reductions elsewhere. So what we have before us is a revised version of the bill, a workaround, that doesn't even authorize the reporting activities that it describes. It's right there on the last page of the bill in all caps, no additional funds authorized. You'll notice that the CBO score on this bill is now 0. That's because the revised bill doesn't actually do anything. Look, we need to do better than this. We have a serious, real fire crisis in front of us. We can't fight climate change with window dressing or thoughts and prayers. I am going to support this bill because it doesn't do any harm and does bring attention to a good idea, but this is nowhere near enough. I want to point out that the Biden-Harris administration achieved record acres of annual forest treatments thanks to the investments secured by House Democrats in both the IIJA and the IRA. This includes vegetation management to reduce hazardous fuels and prescribed burns. It's important work worth doing, and I look forward to continuing to work with the majority and the new administration if they're willing to make those investments. We have to ensure that agencies have resources so they can continue reporting back with record-breaking numbers that we achieved under the last administration. Unfortunately, this bill and the so-called Fix Our Forest bill that we'll be considering later this week simply fail to provide any resources. Team Extreme might be unhappy with a bill that includes a price tag, but I guarantee that it would be far less than the cost of the mass destruction from fires that we're seeing in places like LA, and it's certainly worth the lives that would be saved. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friends across the aisle, Mr. Huffman and the minority, for supporting forestry bills, both small and large. This is, I think, a small step in the right direction, and it shouldn't cost any more to report accurate data than to report inaccurate data. And I look forward to passing this bill as well as some larger bills like the Fix Our Forest Act that we hope to have before the body this week. With that, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in spite of what was just said on the other side of the aisle, I want to invite the gentleman from California. He can get some good fishing in northern Minnesota, good muskie fishing, but if you want the best, come to northern Wisconsin. We got an invitation for you. This bill will bring transparency, Mr. Speaker, to the misleading and inaccurate way hazardous fuel treatments are reported. Decades of mismanagement of our federal lands have left our forests overstocked with trees and created tinderbox conditions, and we have long known the reported pace and scale of forest management has been insufficient to truly address our catastrophic forest health crisis. There's a better way to actively manage our public lands, and that starts with holding our federal land management agencies accountable by requiring accurate reporting on the effectiveness of their work in fuel reduction. According to troubling reports, the situation is even worse than we have been led to believe, as agencies have been overstating their treatments by over 20%. Accurate reporting is necessary to broadly track the progress made on our larger wildfire mitigation targets, as well as individual projects. The ACRES Act is a simple solution to hold our federal agencies accountable, to see the actual work they are doing to reduce the enormous risk of wildfire. American taxpayers deserve to know they are getting what they pay for. This bill will help ensure that happens. And Mr. Speaker, this is a small step in what needs to be a number of steps to get back to active forest management to protect the life and health of our forests and the people that live around them in the United States of America. I hope this incoming administration and this Congress are active in getting us back to active forest management here in America. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
I have no further request for time, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to working with our friends across the aisle on the accounting issue that's been discussed here today. Obviously, we want to make sure that the Forest Service is not taking advance credit for phases of projects that haven't happened yet. I think that's, for the most part, what has happened that the gentleman from Arkansas identified. I don't believe there's been any actual double or triple counting, but either way, we want it to be accurate, and we all need good, accurate data on that reporting. So we'll work together on that. In the meantime, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I have no other requests for time, and I will yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue to pray for communities across the nation that have been impacted by wildfire, we do need to put feet to our prayers to ensure that our forests are being properly managed. The ACRES Act is a step in the right direction and a common sense solution to a problem that really shouldn't even exist in the first place. Before I close, I want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 204? Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rule is suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 165.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
5. A bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to complete all actions necessary for certain land to be held in restricted fee status by the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members are given 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 165, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 165, the Wounded Knee Memorial and Sacred Site Act, introduced by Congressman Johnson from South Dakota, would place approximately 40 acres of fee land within the Pine Ridge Reservation into restricted fee status for the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. The land would be held as a memorial and as a sacred site in remembrance of the Indian people killed in the Wounded Knee Massacre in 1890. During the mid and late 1800s, several armed conflicts occurred between tribes, settlers, and the U.S. military on the Great Plains in the western United States. This contributed to distrust, fear, and misconceptions between groups, and the Wounded Knee Massacre was a result of that atmosphere. On December 29, 1980, a group of Lakota Indians led by Chief Spotted Elk made camp near Wounded Knee Creek on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. U.S. Army 7th Cavalry troops were sent to disarm the Lakota. A struggle occurred between the U.S. Army and some of Chief Spotted Elk's band, a majority of which consisted of women and children. A shot rang out, and the U.S. Army opened fire on the largely unarmed group. At the time, it was estimated that approximately 300 Indian people were killed. In September 2022, the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe jointly purchased 40 acres of land where an old trading post was located. The piece of land also contains a portion of the area where the Wounded Knee Massacre took place. On October 21, 2022, both tribes signed a covenant stating that this property shall be held and maintained as a memorial and sacred site without any economic development and prohibited any gaming on the land. I applaud Mr. Johnson for working collaboratively with both tribes to develop H.R. 165, which would place the 40 acres into restricted fee status held jointly by both tribes and memorialize their covenant. Restricted fee land contains the same restrictions against alienation and taxation as land held in trust, but the federal government does not hold title. Instead, it will be held by the Sioux and Cheyenne River Sioux tribes. This legislation and the land it sets aside will memorialize and honor the Indian men, women, and children who were killed in 1890. Thank you again to the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the Oglala Sioux and Cheyenne River Sioux tribes for their work in this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 165, the Wounded Knee Massacre Memorial and Sacred Site Act. This is an important step to honor the Lakota lives lost at Wounded Knee and the Lakota people for generations to come. The bill would place approximately 40 acres of land located within the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation into restricted fee status for the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. This is land believed to be the site of the 1890 Wounded Knee Massacre. In the late 1800s, tribes began holding ghost dances for the renewal of stolen land and in protest of the U.S. government, which had prohibited American Indians from practicing their religious freedom. In December of 1890, our government, sent the Army's 7th Cavalry to disarm the Lakota near Wounded Knee Creek, and what resulted was a brutal massacre. Troops murdered over 350 American Indian women, men, and children. 25 U.S. soldiers were lost in that massacre as well. The Wounded Knee Massacre was one of the most atrocious moments in our nation's history. The dark side of that manifest destiny that was romanticized in the President's speech yesterday. In 2022, the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe purchased this land and signed a covenant to hold and maintain the land as a memorial and sacred site. This bill would affirm that covenant and would allow the tribes to hold, maintain, and protect the land from any development. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Dakota, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the chair and to the body for bringing up my bill, the Wounded Knee Massacre Memorial and Sacred Site Act. this afternoon. This is the greatest country in the history of the world. And when you're a country that's that great, it is important that you acknowledge your failures and that you try to do better in the future. As has been said, in December 1890, Chief Spotted Elk and his band of Lakota, which largely consisted of women and children, were headed from the Cheyenne River Indian Reservation to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. While they were en route, they were stopped by the Army's 7th Cavalry, and they were forced to make camp at Wounded Knee Creek. It was the next morning, December 29th, 1890, that the 7th Cavalry began to disarm the Lakota. There was a struggle. A shot ran out. And before people realized it, there were hundreds of Lakota being massacred, the majority of which, the overwhelming majority of which, were non-combatants, women and children. On the 100th anniversary of Wounded Knee, this body made a formal apology and expressed deep regret for what had happened that day. Another important step forward was in October of 2022 when the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe jointly purchased that 40 acres that is the site of the 1890 massacre. So this bill very simply places those 40 acres into restricted fee status, which is in essence putting it into trust. My bill ensures that those two tribes working together can protect this land as sacred without any commercial development, and they can retain their sovereignty to manage that land appropriately. It was last Congress that I told you all about my trip to the massacre site in June of 2023. It was there I spoke at length to an older gentleman whose grandmother had survived the massacre that day. He, with his own ears, had heard the oral history of the terrible tragedy that occurred that day. I then went and visited St. John's Church, where the Lakota had taken their wounded to treat their injuries. Their blood, the blood of the survivors, stained the floorboards in the church that day. And the wounds of that dark day remain present to this day, and this land is sacred. And I do think this action, this cooperation between the two tribes and our federal government will make sure that we do right as much as we can in the wake of that tragedy. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Wounded Knee descendants. I want to thank Oglala Sioux Tribal Chairman Frank Starrs comes out, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Chairman Ryman LeBeau for their teamwork in advancing this legislation. Last Congress, this bill passed unanimously out of this body. And I would just ask my colleagues to again vote for H.R. 165, the Wounded Knee Massacre Memorial and Sacred Site Act, so that we can provide the Oglala and the Cheyenne River tribes the authority they need to protect this land. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from South Dakota for this bill, urge my colleagues to support it, and yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will further allow the Lakota people to memorialize and honor their relatives and ancestors killed in the Wounded Knee Massacre. It gives the title of the land to both the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, while ensuring that the land has the protections provided by restrictions against alienation and taxation. I want to again commend my friend from South Dakota for bringing us this bill. I urge the adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 165? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule. For what purpose, the gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose of gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 375.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 375, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to partner and collaborate with the Secretary of Agriculture and the State of Hawaii to address rapid Ohia death and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 375, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Representative Takuta's legislation, the Continued Rapid Ohia Death Response Act of 2025, is important legislation that directs the Secretary of Interior to partner and collaborate with the Secretary of Agriculture and the State of Hawaii to address rapid Ohia death. Rapid Ohia death is a fungal disease that has ravaged Hawaii's Ohia tree population. The Ohia tree is important ecologically and culturally to Hawaii. Ohias play an important role in regulating water flow in addition to preventing soil erosion. If the loss of Ohia trees continues, there could be significant economic impacts, including lost tourism revenue and increased water treatment and erosion control costs. Unfortunately, there is currently no cure that can help the afflicted trees. H.R. 375 helps address rapid Ohia death by focusing federal and state agencies' efforts on detection, prevention, and restoration to combat this disease. I want to thank Representative Takuta for her work on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Continued Rapid Ohia Death Response Act introduced by my colleague from Hawaii, Representative Jill Takuta. We worked on this bill last Congress. Unfortunately, it didn't make it all the way across the finish line, but I want to thank Chair Westerman and my colleagues across the aisle for agreeing to schedule a vote early in this new Congress to keep the momentum going. This legislation is vital. It addresses an urgent need to combat rapid Ohia death, which has already led to the loss of over 1 million native Ohia trees in Hawaii just since 2014, when this harmful fungus was discovered. And the significance of these trees can't be overstated. They're Hawaii's most abundant native tree. They play a critical role in preserving the state's unique biodiversity and protecting its native ecosystems. It is essential that we take immediate action to prevent further devastation and ensure the survival of this iconic species. This bill emphasizes the need for research and aid to enhance our understanding of this deadly fungus and explore innovative solutions to combat its impact. It also fosters collaboration between federal agencies, the state of Hawaii, and local stakeholders. This comprehensive approach will help mitigate the threat of this disease and protect Hawaii's native forests and ecosystems, safeguarding these treasured and ecologically vital trees for future generations and preserving the unique ecosystems and rich biodiversity that make our nation so exceptional. I want to thank Representative Takuta for her leadership and tenacity on this critical issue, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Hawaii.
The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 375, the Continued Rapid Ohia Death Response Act of 2025. The Ohia lehua tree forms the backbone of Hawaii's forests and watersheds, making up 80% of our native forests. It is the very first tree that you will see spring up from a recent lava flow. It grows from sea level to 8,000 feet above, and it protects our communities by literally holding up our mountains from eroding, keeping them together. Ohia lehua also provides critical habitat for Hawaii's federally endangered forest birds and many other culturally important species. These trees are a keystone species in Hawaii's forests, and it is catastrophic to see its decline. It has the potential to trigger major imbalances in our ecosystems that would impact watersheds, cultural traditions, natural resources, and the safety and quality of life of our people. Because of the vital role they play in maintaining Hawaii's forest canopies and watershed, rapid Ohia death, or ROD, poses an existential threat to the ecological balance of our islands and the everyday life of our people. Initially reported in 2010, ROD has already spread to tens of thousands of acres and killed over 1 million trees on Hawaii Island alone. So if you've visited the big island of Hawaii where our volcano erupts from time to time, literally we have lost 1 million trees just on that island. Large swaths of dead ohia trees leave environments more prone to habitat-modifying noxious weeds and trees like Myconia and strawberry guava, all of which are known to harm watershed health and alter ecosystem functions. Efforts to contain ROD have also failed to prevent its spread to the islands of Oahu, Kauai, and Maui. With no known cure for ROD, it has the potential to kill off ohia trees statewide and devastate our island ecosystems. In addition to its impacts on delicate native ecosystems, ROD has the potential to create deadly consequences for our local residents and visitors alike. The death of tens of thousands of acres of native forests, turning them into brittle tinder, creates acres of deadly fire fuel for wildfires that pose a growing threat to our communities. You know, one of the things that people love about Hawaii is the greenery and the vegetation in and around our communities. But tragically, we know all too well the risks that come when our greenery and vegetation are no longer green, and the consequences that can happen as a result of fire. Despite the dire implications of ROD on Hawaii's natural resources and communities, federal support for combating ROD has been extremely limited. For example, the Lion Arboretum, a local research facility on Oahu, relied on funding through a GoFundMe campaign to further the vital seed banking for Ohia Lehua. My bill, the Continued Rapid Ohia Death Response Act, seeks to address ROD and the urgent threat that it presents. The bill requires the Department of the Interior to partner and collaborate with the Department of Agriculture and the state of Hawaii to address ROD. It also supports ongoing detection, prevention, and restoration efforts to combat rapid ohia death. By empowering the U.S. Forest Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to fully assist the state of Hawaii in its ROD efforts, we can begin to not only more effectively prevent the spread of ROD, but move to restoring native forests throughout our state. I want to very much thank and send our sincerest mahalos to Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Huffman, and their staff, especially the Federal Lands Team, for their support, assistance, and continued prioritization of this very important bill. We cannot afford to wait. We cannot afford to stand alone and continue to lose our native forests in Hawaii. They protect and sustain our people and provide critical habitat for native species. This bill can also help to turn the tide in the fight against rapid ohia death and, in doing so, protect and preserve Ohia Lehua and Hawaii's unique ecosystems for our future generations. Thank you again to all who have supported our bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes. Mahalo, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California.
I have no further requests and will yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuta, for her work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, you know, before a lot was understood about the science of forestry, Teddy Roosevelt, maybe our original conservationist in America, he understood that trees were the lungs of the earth. They breathe in carbon dioxide, they breathe out oxygen, but he also understood that trees are kind of like the kidneys of the earth. They're extremely important to protect watersheds. They're extremely important to maintain our ecosystems. And it's what we're looking at today with the ohia tree and the importance that it has to Hawaii's ecosystem, to the people there, and to the economy. When we talk about an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, figuring out what's happening to these trees and stopping that will save tens of millions, if not billions of dollars in the future if damage is done to the watershed there in Hawaii. It's another example of how having healthy, resilient forests benefit everyone. We're not necessarily talking about wildfire. We're not talking about a tree that has timber value, but it has tremendous value in the ecosystem and the economy there in Hawaii. This legislation, again, will help focus federal and state resources on conserving one of Hawaii's most important species. Before I close, I want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
And again, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 375? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule are suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
And for what purpose, gentleman from Arkansas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 186 and H.R. 187. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, an unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 186, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 186, a bill to authorize the National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation to establish a commemorative work on the National Mall to honor the extraordinary acts of valor, selfless service, and sacrifice displayed by Medal of Honor recipients.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members.
The yeas are 414, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 187 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 187, a bill to provide for the standardization, consolidation, and publication of data relating to public outdoor recreational use of federal waterways among federal land and water management agencies and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the resignation is accepted. House will be in order.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks. And the House is not in order.
The gentleman requests the House is not in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Kenley family's Pennsylvania Centennial Farm designation. For over 100 years, the Kenley Beef Farm has operated in Cogan Station, Lycoming County. This farm has been more than a source of livelihood. It's been a legacy of hard work, dedication, and love for the land. When Samuel Kenley first purchased this 106-acre farm in 1904, he likely couldn't have imagined that his vision and determination would span 5 generations. From Samuel's hands to Adam and Shannon Kenley's stewardship today, this farm has been a cornerstone of Lycoming County's agricultural heritage. Our producers are the backbone of our nation. They work tirelessly every day to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Farms like the Kenleys remind us that agriculture is not just about feeding our families today. It's about sowing the seeds for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Kenleys for their contributions to the community and to Pennsylvania agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the North Crowley Panthers football team on their 6A Division I state championship in the Texas UIL. The Panthers completed their perfect season with a sound defeat of a venerable Westlake Austin team in the title game, 50-21, behind performances from senior receiver Quentin Gibson and senior quarterback Chris Jimerson Jr. Head coach Ray Gates emblazoned the 817 area code on the helmets and turned this team into an instant contender, going 42-2 since he took over 3 years ago. This is the first time in 76 years that a state champion in Fort Worth will receive the highest division high school football championship, and that was my alma mater of Arlington Heights High School. Our entire community could not be prouder of these young men for their achievement this season, and I hope North Crowley keeps the momentum going and can bring home another state championship to Funky Town, Fort Worth. Go Panthers!
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States, and there is a feeling of patriotic renewal among Americans. Don Feder with the Washington Times wrote an appropriate editorial yesterday entitled "Pride in America is Back," stating, quote, "The most iconic image of the 2024 campaign came from the Pennsylvania rally, where President-elect Donald Trump stood with blood on his face, shouting, 'Fight.' The moment seems to symbolize the patriotic renewal, thanks to the now president. Mr. Trump is perfectly positioned to lead a patriotic renewal. While others talk about patriotism, he acts. Mr. Trump understands that national security hinges on patriotic renewal. Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth, a combat veteran, agrees." End of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate and is reinstating existing laws to promote American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
The House will remain in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Tarboro High School football team for clinching our state's 1A championship and ending their season with a 14-1 record. As the reigning champions, they own a whopping 9 state titles. The Vikings defeated a physical Corvian Community Cardinal team 45-24. I'm so proud to congratulate Coach Jeff Craddock, also known as the GOAT. Congratulations to all of the coaches, parents, the community, and players, including Cameron McDowell Moore, who scored a sensational 4 touchdowns to secure the MVP. Tarboro High School, in the heart of Eastern North Carolina, has produced NFL greats such as Kevin Bryant, Sean Drawn, Donald Frank, Todd Gurley, Bill Hull, and Taekwon Lewis. Clearly, the Vikings are a powerhouse. America, if you didn't know about Tarboro High School, well, now you know. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Miles Taylor, a cherished leader and beloved member of the Nyack community who passed away suddenly at the age of 60. A 1982 graduate of Nyack High School, Miles dedicated over 25 years as the school's track and cross-country coach, mentoring countless student athletes and leaving an enduring mark on their lives. Just this past October, he was inducted into the Nyack High School Athletic Hall of Fame, a testament to his exceptional contributions to the school and its athletic programs. Beyond his commitment to athletics, Miles served his community as a lifelong member of the Nyack Fire Department, joining at just 16 years old and eventually rising to the rank of chief. His dedication to public service, both on and off the track, exemplified the spirit of selflessness and leadership. Miles Taylor's sudden passing is a profound loss for the entire Rockland County community. May his memory be a blessing to those who knew him, especially his family, his student athletes, and the Nyack community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, fresh water is life. I rise to highlight the importance of the first piece of legislation introduced this year, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, by our bipartisan Great Lakes champions, the GLRI Act of 2025. This act was introduced earlier this month alongside my Congressional Great Lakes Task Force co-chairs David Joyce, Debbie Dingell, Bill Huizenga. This bill is among our highest priorities for the Great Lakes region. The district we represent traces much of the entire Great Lakes region, but mine alone, the southern rim of Lake Erie, which is the largest watershed in the entire Great Lakes, the largest body of fresh water on Earth. We all know how important protecting our Great Lakes is for the generations to come. The GLRI provides instrumental funding to meet an enormous unmet need for our region and the millions of people who depend on the Great Lakes for their drinking water, livelihoods, and leisure. Our legislation would provide an annual authorization level of $500 million beginning in FY27, and by the way, that's half as much as the West receives for the Bureau of Reclamation. They get well over $1 billion. In 2020, the GLRI contributed $3.1 trillion to our economy, and Mr. Speaker, there's nothing more important that our colleagues say than let's protect the Great Lakes and turn it over to future generations in better condition than we found it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of William G. Fallon, who passed away on January 4, 2025 at the age of 92. Mr. Fallon was born on September 9, 1932 in Thomas County, Georgia, and later moved to Moultrie, where he graduated high school at just 15 years old. He went on to attend Georgia Military College and Mercer University, earning degrees in history and law. He was married to his beloved wife, Barbara Vines, for 67 years, and together they raised 3 wonderful children. A dedicated attorney, Mr. Fallon practiced law for over 60 years and co-founded the law firm Fallon and McIntosh. He also served 2 terms in the Georgia House of Representatives and chaired the Colquitt County Board of Commissioners for 12 years. Mr. Fallon left a lasting legacy, helping the construction of Colquitt Regional Medical Center and preserving historic landmarks in his community. He was deeply committed to his faith, serving as a deacon, Sunday school teacher, and choir member at First Baptist Church. An avid sportsman and outdoorsman, he enjoyed tennis, golf, hunting, and fishing. His life was celebrated on January 8, 2025 at First Baptist Church in his hometown. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On day 1, President Trump took bold action to revoke the unrealistic Biden mandate that aimed for 50% of all new cars to be electric by 2030, only 4.5 model years from now. This decision protects Americans and industries from being sacrificed on the altar of radical environmentalism. Automakers can now focus on innovation and consumer desires rather than being forced into a one-size-fits-all EV agenda that stifles competition and choices for real people. Gavin Newsom's California has been a cheerleader for these extreme policies, pushing mandates that hurt working families, drive up costs to meet their California goals. President Trump's move rejects that failed approach, puts common sense back in the driver's seat. That is part of a broader effort to restore energy independence, roll back harmful regulations, and ensure America isn't crippled by radical climate agendas. Today's action is putting the needs of Americans ahead of an out-of-touch environmental elite. So instead of empty-handed promises by Gavin Newsom, we have President Trump who's focused on a forward-moving approach that's real solutions, leading the way to support our economy, workers, and our future. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material into the record on topics covered during the special order.
Without objection,
Thank you. Before I yield to other members, Mr. Speaker, I will begin with my own remarks regarding my longtime Chief of Staff, Tracy Pew. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a woman who, as much as anyone in my adult life, has been a true partner, mentor, counsel, confidant, and quite frankly, like the sister that I never had. I do have a great brother, though. I rise to honor my Chief of Staff, Tracy Pew, who is retiring after 20-plus years of service in the House, which has spanned my own 20 years representing my community in our beloved home state of Florida. Rarely, Mr. Speaker, are any of us blessed with someone who can see our inner self with just a glance. Someone who, without one word, knows exactly where you stand. Someone who is truly your natural alter ego. Throughout all of my time in Congress, and even before that, in my time in the Florida legislature, I leaned on no one more than my Chief of Staff, Tracy Pew. We often joke in my office about how the two of us share one brain. I can't tell you how many nights I leaned on her for advice, knowledge, and insights, not just on how to make life better for the people that I represent, but how to navigate through life. Anyone who knows her has benefited from her Tracyisms, wisdom that comes with its own vocabulary. She is a staff leader who has mentored and trained dozens of staffers on our team, many of whom are watching C-SPAN, and I know I'm breaking the rules referring to people in the gallery, but many of whom are also joining us in the gallery tonight. She is a staff leader who is sought out by other staffers as well as chiefs for her guidance. She is widely respected on both sides of the aisle, and her political acumen is legendary. Tracy is and always has been a trusted voice, an empathetic voice to all who seek her counsel. Her amazing political instincts, unmatched relationships, and her highly structured leadership of my office is something I've come to rely on for 2 decades. When former staffers reached back to me with their thoughts about her leadership, many shared how Tracy was an invaluable mentor to them over her 21 years in Congress. She's been both my top general and that ever-reliable shoulder to cry on. She has been there with me through it all. Tracy helped lift me to my highest of highs, and she was right there to pick me up in those low times. It's during these times that you find out who you can really count on, Mr. Speaker, who has the courage, the passion, and temperament and loyalty to continue to help you take steps forward, never back. I have a couple of items that I want to recall, one of which was the story behind my passage of the first bill that I ever passed as a member of Congress, all the way back in 2005, which created Jewish American Heritage Month. It is a lengthy story, but suffice it to say that you want to find yourself, to the new members who may be listening to these remarks, you want to find yourself a chief of staff, a team leader who knows the intricacies of the legislative process, who actually picks up the daily calendar, who looks closely at it, and then figures out what plays need to be made to get your legislation to the floor. I can comfortably say that we would not have just celebrated the 17th year of Jewish American Heritage Month this past year in May, if not for Tracy Pew's acumen, her strategic insight, and her relationships that, as a freshman, I can tell you, I would not have been able to carry that ball by myself. Tracy has also been an incredible generational bridge, which both of us have very much needed as the evolution of the age and generations of my staff have gotten younger than we are today. I was elected to Congress, Mr. Speaker, when I was 37 years old. And suffice it to say that I had several staffers that were older than me back then. No longer. No longer. And if anyone has dealt with the challenges, and I am now a parent of Gen Zers, 3 Gen Zers, whom I, like every parent, struggle to understand. But now I have an entire team, almost an entire team of staff who are either millennials or Gen Zers. And Tracy and I have enjoyed helping raise them up. Under her leadership, we've taught them how to actually pick up the telephone and call other people rather than just shoot them a text or send them an email. And when they're sitting there wondering why someone hasn't gotten back to them, or they are ready to throw their hands up and say, you know, it's time to move on, Congresswoman, and Tracy will say, well, why don't you have Debbie go actually talk to that member on the other side of the aisle? And lo and behold, when I take the opportunity to do that, the log jam and the dam breaks. And so human interaction is so incredibly important. And with the explosion of technology that the next generation of staffers and children and kids grow up with, she has been an incredible guide to ensuring that old school remains new school. But as with all wonderful relationships, this one will now evolve. She's prepared to move on and start that inevitable new chapter. But her impact on me, our staff, and the people that I represent runs so deep. Through her tireless work, Tracy has made life better for millions of people across Florida, across my congressional district, and this entire nation. She's someone who, there aren't words to describe the depth of my feeling about her departure, but I will so miss working with directly and spending time with her each day, although I'm confident that we will probably talk almost every day, at least for the foreseeable future, and much to her dismay, probably, and she is someone to whom I will forever remain attached to. Tracy Pew is family to me, and I cherish her friendship and the time we've spent together more than I can ever put into words. As I always say, when a trusted and valued team member goes on to the next stage of their career, TP, you will always be on Team DWS, but you will technically move to the concentric circles of our family, but you will always remain in the center as a trusted advisor, dearest friend, and sister. Tracy Pew, on behalf of so many here today and so many others, thank you. I'm honored to have you by my side and to celebrate your work, your character, and the indelible mark you've left on all of us. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield such time as he may consume to Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time, and thank you so much for allowing me to join you in honoring our mutual friend and confidant, Tracy Pew. Now, Robert Frost, the great writer, once wrote, "The two roads met in a wood." And I picked the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Now, I don't argue with Robert Frost, but I beg to differ a little bit with that notion, because I'm of the opinion, and from my own experiences, no matter what road one chooses to travel, it's the people with whom you intersect that make the difference. When I first met Tracy Pew, I don't remember where it was or exactly when it was, but it was more than 20 years. It was not long after I came here to the Congress, and of course, I'm a bit older than both Debbie and Tracy. We, for some reason, just kind of hit it off. Our spirits kind of congealed. I don't know exactly how to explain it. And we started doing political stuff together, traveling. She just reminded me of a trip we shared to Louisiana, a part of Louisiana I didn't know existed. New Orleans, you know about, but this little place, we went to work on behalf of a candidate, and we won. Of course, the candidate later switched parties, so I think we lost. But the fact still remains, I got to know her on that trip. And I often wonder what it is about Tracy that makes my chief of staff sometimes have to consult with her before he answers my question. But be that as it may, I do believe it is because of her background. You see, early in our relationship, for some reason, I went to Jacksonville, Florida, and I met her parents. And we began to compare notes. And then it occurred to me, Jacksonville, Florida is in Geechee country. Now, I was married for 58 years to a Gullah woman. Now, people tend to separate those two. There ain't no separation. If you're in North Carolina and South Carolina, it's Gullah. If you're in Georgia and Florida, it's Geechee. And so I think it is my getting to know the Gullah Geechee culture is really the background to why our spirits tend to agree. Now, if I had met her before the first 2 or 3 years of my marriage, we might not have gotten along because I didn't particularly get along with the Gullah culture, but I learned I had to make some adjustments. And those adjustments worked. And it was the same thing with Tracy. I really, really feel a part of her, getting to know her family, getting to work with her, getting to really consult with her, sometimes behind Debbie's back, but oftentimes for the benefit of both of us. I really was a bit surprised when I was told several days ago, maybe several weeks, that she was going to retire and leave the Hill. I can say this truly, that I love this young lady. She has been a part of an extension, really, of my staff, a part of my life. I have enjoyed every minute of our relationship, and I feel that she is in many instances as close to me as those 3 daughters that I have. Tracy, you are going to be missed on this Hill, but I want you to know that you won't be far from us, because I know how to use this device in my pocket, and I expect for you to answer my calls. When I call you, I want you to enjoy whatever it is you're doing after you leave this Hill, but I also want you to know that if ever you think that I can be of any assistance to helping you do what you do better, just call. I know how to answer this device as well. And I also know that I owe it not just to you, but to the lovely family of yours to respond in a positive way. I often rely upon great writers to make the point, and I'm now thinking of the great writer Shakespeare when he wrote his, I think it's his Sonnet 116. Shakespeare wrote, "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments, Love is not love which alters. When an alteration finds or bends with the remover to remove, oh no. Love is the ever-fixed mark that looks on tempest and is never shaken. Love's not time's fool. Though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle come offers not with the hour of weeks, but bears it out to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me prove, no man has ever loved. That's the love that I have for you. Thank you so much for being a part of my life. I join Debbie in wishing you great success, and let me know when I need to answer this device. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whip. Thank you for helping me honor my friend, my sister, Tracy Pew. Next, I recognize for such time as she may consume my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Castor from the great state of Florida.
Well, I thank my good friend and colleague, Ms. Wasserman Schultz from Florida. And Mr. Speaker, it is such an honor to be able to express my gratitude and good wishes to Tracy Pew for our gratitude for her years of service to this body, to the Congresswoman, to the state of Florida. I also would like to share that on behalf of the two chiefs of staff that I've had during my terms here, Clay Phillips and Laura Hopkins, they always consulted Tracy they sought her counsel on how to run a congressional office, how to do it in a proactive and positive way. You know, there are often twists and turns here on Capitol Hill, especially here in the People's House, but Tracy's always had that steady hand. She has an open door. She's a good listener. She is the chief of staff to chiefs of staff. She is known as the consummate professional. She doesn't lose her temper. To the contrary, she is even-keeled and thoughtful in everything she does. Let me say that sometimes that's not easy when you work for a member of Congress who is a go-getter and is trying to accomplish 100 things at 100 miles per hour every single day. And I think it's that yin and the yang where Tracy's been able to provide that steady hand and leadership to Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz that has really demonstrated your unbelievable capacity for being able to get things accomplished. The record out of your office is incredible. And it's not just because of Debbie's senior seat on the Appropriations Committee. It's because of your knowledge of our beautiful state of Florida. I don't think we would have such massive investment in saving the Florida Everglades without Tracy standing firm and getting to know the Army Corps of Engineers, probably on a first-name basis there. I think some of your expertise comes from your service back in the Florida legislature, and we'll claim you from the Tampa Bay area, little Tampa cred, because you reminded me that you worked for Jim Hargret, who was a state house member from Tampa, went on to be a state senator. The great Jim Davis, who was my predecessor here in Congress, but also served in the state house. Arthenia Joyner. So on behalf of my neighbors across the Tampa Bay area, I want the world to know that Tracy Pew has made an incredible difference. She's made the lives of the people of the state of Florida and the United States better. It takes a lot to serve a member over the course of 21 years in the United States House. Every day there's a new challenge, and Tracy has shown that you can bring intelligence, her even-keeled nature, her sense of fairness, her love for this country, in the state of Florida, her love for the Congresswoman and all of those interns and staffers that come through your office over the years. Tracy Pew will leave an incredible legacy of service, and for that, I'm extremely grateful. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Castor. That was a really special and important tribute. I appreciate it so much. Next, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to Ms. Frankel of the great state of Florida.
Thank you so much. Well, I met Tracy almost 27 years ago. I'm looking at you, I'm going, you know, I was a member of the Florida legislature. She was a very young, clear-eyed, energetic person with the belief that you could make a difference in the lives of people. You know what? It's the same thing today. You're smart, you're energetic. I'm even going to call you young at heart, but still with that belief. And you have made that difference. And an extraordinary career, really, in public service. And I feel so blessed that my life has interweaved with you, going back to the Florida legislature, and then again, now as a member of Congress, you work for the Democratic Party, for the DNC. And you know, we know you work for an extraordinarily talented member. But not to be trite, there's something about the winds beneath the wings. That's you. And you still got that great smile. And just to say, and I will thank you like Representative Castor for your work with our staff and all the work you've done for our state, and now especially for the children and families of America. And just to say, I'm going to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Your work has inspired us. You leave a really great legacy. And anyone who's listening to this, what you need to know is you don't have to run for political office to really make a difference in the lives of people. Because Tracy, you have proved it. And so I'm going to read the words of a poet that I think describes you. You ever heard of Maya Angelou? I'll just read a passage. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need of my care, because I am a woman, phenomenally, a phenomenal woman. That's you. That's you. And I'm just wishing you the best in your next chapter. I hope it's exciting and fulfilling, and come back anytime to see us. Love you.
Love you too.
And I yield back.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Congresswoman Frankel, Lois, my friend. Oh, boy. Okay. Next, Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to Mr. Soto of the great state of Florida.
Thank you so much, Representative Wasserman Schultz. And Tracy Pew, this is your life, congressional version. You know, in this House of Representatives, every knight needs a good squire, and you have been a super squire. Teen DWS is one of the most prolific offices in this chamber, and the big things, Debbie's legacy is your legacy. We all know it. Disaster relief, protecting reproductive rights, advocating for immigrants' rights, strong U.S.-Israel relationship, navigating the COVID crisis. But for me, the biggest legacy is all the funding brought back for the Everglades. None of this was a guarantee. It took 20 years of work. When we started, you know, water was drying up in the Everglades. Water supply in South Florida was a real challenge. you had roads that cut right through it, and there was a lot of hope with SERP in 2000, a little before you all got here. But without all the work, SERP would have been just words on a paper. Instead, you all right away, how long did it take you before you guys became cardinal and literally working the budget that makes that happen? What was it, 6 years? 2 years. 2 years. You are a super squire for all that. And Debbie's legacy is your legacy. And particularly with the Northern Everglades, which we are starting to work on. I know you worked a lot with our team on helping us navigate the Army Corps of Engineers. That's like the 7th level of black belt, like kung fu legislating around here. So thank you for helping us with that. Secondly, as it was alluded to a little bit, you are a chief of chiefs. Not only have you advised a lot of other chiefs, new ones coming in for the entire Florida Dem delegation over the years, but you were my chief's boss back in the day. That was on the D-Trip side, and that's a whole other thing. But my chief still to this day considers you a mentor. And so thank you for helping, because that knowledge can be lost. Imagine being a chief with no mentor coming into this place. You've served Florida well through that. You've also been a committee assignment guru with Debbie always seemingly one way or another getting on to steering and policy. Now one of the chairs, two terms in a row, right? But it was with your help and DWS's help getting on the Energy and Commerce Committee, getting on the Ag Committee, getting on the Natural Resources Committee as of just a few hours ago. Your legacy is still being written right now. So thank you for all your help personally, because it makes me more effective to be on the committees I need to be on. So thank you for all your advice to my team to help your boss navigate that. I also want to say Central Florida also lays claim to you too. I heard your Tampa Bay story. We know your South Florida story, but you went to Rollins College. So we claim you also as a favorite daughter of Central Florida. Lastly, since there's been a lot of things about age and all this and that, you got a whole third act left. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you end up doing. And I know it's going to be something special. And because of your work ethic, your passion, I know it's going to be another big thing. Hopefully a little easy for a while, maybe sabbatical for a few weeks. Maybe not, probably not. But I'm hoping. Either way, I wish you well in this third act. I know it's going to be amazing. And thank you so much for all you've done for my team on behalf of our constituents. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Darren, Mr. Soto, and to all my colleagues for helping me honor this remarkable woman. Mr. Speaker, I'll just close with this. I think every member can appreciate that our Chief of Staff, really our entire congressional staff, but our Chief of Staff is often a person that we spend more time with than we spend with any member of our family, including our spouses and significant others, who need to put up with us and tolerate the highs and lows. And Tracy has done all that and more, taken calls at all hours of the night, in the morning. She's always made herself available. The sacrifices that all of our staffs make to be able to help us be successful and make sure that our constituents are able to have their representation maximized is truly remarkable. Tracy and I have been through marriage, children, raising those children, helping one another raise our children, appointments to committees for me, like the Appropriations Committee in my second term, becoming a cardinal on my first day, being diagnosed, beating and surviving breast cancer, chairing the Democratic National Committee, surviving the aftermath of that experience, including threats, bomb threats, international hacks, the absolutely incredible opportunity to be able to do all that together and to be able to make sure that we do the best job every day when we walk across the threshold of our office doors to give voice to the people of now Florida's 25th congressional district, but prior to that, the 23rd, and prior to that, the 20th. So, Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to be able to honor this remarkable woman on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, the beacon of democracy, our temple of democracy that is a light unto the world, and that whose light is going to be a little bit dimmer with her departure on Friday. But I know that we will continue to work together and lean on one another for all of the rest of our days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.